Okay, let's see if everything's working. Really, the only play we've had so far was AUUD. See here, we've got news on it, but really significant news. The 5 minutes were really setting up, and that's what I do like. 5 minutes set up. As you can see here, the 5 minutes set up pretty nicely here. We had a pullback to the EMA, had a break of that high right there, 252, when we went up to 268, 288. I'm sorry, 288. That was a nice little run right there. Then we kind of pulled back again, a 5 minute. Pulled back just about 50% of this move right here. But the good thing is we pulled right back to the EMA. Now this line right here kind of wicked down, but the volume on this pullback here was lighter than the run up, which is really good. I had a break of that 275. I think it was around 275. Then we ran all the way up to about $3. Tested $3 on this. We pulled back and we tested it again. So you could have netted yourself some profits, and that would have been good, but that was before the stream even started. And also the news. The thing about that, AUUD announces new B2B business model with strategic shift to AI-driven music discovery. Well, the thing about that is that's not really significant. And they released it at 6 a.m. Now, 6 a.m. is not an ideal press release. 6 a.m. is not ideal. It's not ideal. Most of the time, these good news releases are going to be like 7, 7:30, 8, 8:30. Now, 8 and 8:30 are the real good ones because they know traders are at their desk. They know traders are at their desk. And it looks like AUUD is just kind of selling off. It's kind of selling off a little bit. Now we had SI. Where's SIS? SI. SI is, that was okay. We had some little tweezer bottoms there, little hammers, little tweezer bottoms, ran up, bounced off of it. I mean, you could have played like, so the T-bar break actually could have done, just to be safe, because this right here, break at 636, and your stop's down there 580. That's quite a big, it's quite big. Now you could have gotten in on the break of this bar right here, 646, and possibly just put your stop at 606. You could have done that. SI, yeah, it's moving. We got 630. Feels the world's first on-chain sell asset tokenization platforms. It's a bit, it's not Bitcoin, it's crypto headline is okay. It's the biggest change percentage wise, which is good. Sometimes you can play the break of these right here, 693, but the stop down 633. That's a pretty big stop, though. A pretty big stop. AUUD. Yeah, we could be just consolidating, maybe bounce off to 7. But to be quite honest, I think the play might be a little over for me. Just because. We'll get more, that is for sure. I'm working on charting platform. That seems like it's adding that. Let's try that again. Okay. Problem is the previous one in there. So the previous one. Yeah, we're just putting some top and tails on in there, and a little concerning. A 5 minute could be coming back down. AUUD is kind of coming back down to the VWAP. If we look at AUUD, AUUD is just coming back down to the VWAP for a 5 minute. At 284, but yeah. I'm gonna have to look at the data for that, figure out why. That charting platform is okay. Yes, AUUD is just kind of. Oh, no, the play's already over with that, as well as SSI. The play's already over. There's not much to be had. Huh. Okay. Take a look at that. EPCB 27,000. Take a look at PCB. CB. There's really nothing there, quite honest. Sold off. Yeah, just been kind of selling off, so I really wouldn't touch that, to be quite honest. And also, there's no catalyst. Why would it go up? There's no catalyst. 4 o'clock in the morning, we had a little pullback. See, it went up here after market, consolidated, and it popped up, pulled back, then popped up. That's just the old news. No reason for it to be going up. Really want the good moves, you'll do ones with a catalyst, like SSI, which is pulling back, SISI, which is pulling back, and you got AUUD. But AUUD and SSI, SIS, I don't know why. AUUD has already been played. So this is really hard to play just because it's already there. I mean, yeah, we're breaking out of a consolidation with volume. And we got a little downward wedge. But, you know, it could run. We're butting right up against, we were butting right up against $3 a whole mark, so. But if you look at the history of it, we were already doing that. We already did that, butting up against the whole mark right here. $3 sold off. $3 busted through, kind of sold off to 280. Now we're still there again. Really, the only plays were right here at 625, which I was just setting up, getting ready, and then another play at 645, which I could have played. I didn't. Don't know why. Not enough coffee. Yes. AUUD and Yeah, it kind of popped up and then it kind of put in I mean it's riding the EMA really nice. As you can see, it's riding the EMA really nice. Had a pop up, we had to pull back. It broke that previous pullback of 253, ran up, kind of pulled back again, kind of ran up, kind of pulled back again, popped that little doji, kind of ran up. It's not making a higher high though here. Right here on the run up, it was making lower highs, higher lows, which was really nice. We got AUUD, we got CB, no news. Really got nothing with volume. If we sort by volume, you have AUUD as the topper with the volume. Then you got SISI. So that's about it. That is about it. A here. What we got here? Come down here. The Momo scanner, you're not going to really see that if you download it just because I am currently testing it. Market move. I'm going to take that, put up another screen right here just so I can, on my screen, I'll move this. I'll move this over here. Put the movers up there. Yeah, that way I can be front and center with it. FLNT, we got no. Got nothing there. Change percent. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to look at the ones on the top with the volume. And right now we got AUUD as a topper. Topper. So AUUD. Okay, we got some movement here. Got some movement. Another screen. Another screen. SI is okay. We have Rhyme. How Rhyme doing? Rhyme ain't doing very validating, to be quite honest. Good old Rhyme. Rhyme ain't doing very much. Let me unlink that chart. Unlink that chart. Okay. Yeah. Rhyme, let me put this back over here to AUUD. Rhyme, where are you at? Got a 1 minute. You know, it would be really, really good if Lightspeed had like trading view operation. That would be fantastic. Well, I don't want a 1 minute, I want a 5 minute. 5 minute. So RIME, Rhyme has no news. Now, we've got SSI with news, and we've got AUUT with news. Now, they didn't show up on the top press releases just because they're not really that significant. And the top press releases, I am scanning for certain keywords. I'm scanning for certain keywords. Yeah, ROM's not really moving. The only big one is AUUT is really the only big one moving. And that one's already been played. I need to check something. I need to check something on the server. I need to check where that Momo scanner is. It might not be enabled for pre-market. Might only be enabled for during market hours. I gotta check that. Data. Pretty print on that. Yeah. That was PCB over here. PCB. At 1 minute was off. So it's the data that's not coming back. System. That is why. So if we do that now, then it looks correct. Fairly. So, and aggregate. I think that is and aggregated into one. Okay. I have an idea what I can do with that charting platform. AUUD, really the only best one so far. Rhyme is just breaking the 9 EMA, to be quite honest. Look at old Rhyme. That's not good. So what we're looking for is we're looking for on a 5 minute to be running up and put in like a candle like this, or even a second candle like this, and actually break that area, either the open or the high, and then move up. But now that we have retraced pretty significantly all the way down here, even though the volume's drying up, that's a no-go for that. And also, it's a no-go just because, well, it doesn't have news. Now, we have RCKT. That's coming up. RCKT. RCKT has news. U.S. FDA lifts clinical hold on a rocket therapy trial. Okay. SI is moved back to the 9 EMA. RCKT is not really doing anything. It's going to break the 3.5 maybe with volume. Got a 1 cent spread. We have AUUD that kind of consolidating. SI. That's trading below the VWAP right there. Yeah. SI. Don't know if that's going to do very much. The trend is still down, quite honest. I mean, it's breaking that 5-minute, breaking that 5-minute high right there of 719, breaking the 5-minute high. Could get a run up to 7. Could get a run to 7.5. But to be quite honest, I don't like it just because we've already went to 7.5 twice. Could you get yourself 10, 20 cents? Yeah, you might. I just think the runs have already been made. I mean, if you look at 640 is when we started pulling back, and 645 did a little doji, and then a break of that 645 was pretty nice. And then we ran up to 734. That was the best play, was at 7 o'clock. Along with AUUD. AUUD, I mean, yeah, we had that 3-bar pullback, and then we broke it at 625, but I was just getting to my desk at 625, and then at 645 we had that nice play right there with the break of 275 on that 2-bar pullback at 640. We had a break of that high of 275. So yeah. And we had volume on AUUD at that time. How much volume did we have? We had quite a bit of volume. At 748,000 on a 5-minute, which was pretty nice. The volume's drying up, so I think the whales are done pushing this thing around. I'm thinking they are done pushing this thing around. They are quite done, which is fine. Is what it is. We got here, we got AUUD, we got SSI, we got RCKT. RCKT just kind of didn't do much. RCKT has news, but it really not very. U.S. FDA lifts clinical hold on Rocket Pharmaceuticals gene therapy trial. I mean, that's kind of. I'm just looking at the scan. Looking at SI kind of moved. Got SI that's kind of moved. That does have news. That does have a catalyst. A pullback on that 5-minute right there. Had a pullback on that 5-minute. We broke the 719. That was pretty decent. Broke 719. Stop was down there at 687. That's like a 30-cent stop, and we definitely already moved 50 cents. So got in on a break of 719, and probably a dollar. Yeah, that was pretty decent. We're looking at SI. We're looking at SI. Good job. Yep. Got AUUD on the 5-minute that broke the non-EMA. I think that play is over. AUUD. I think that play is over. If you look at the 5-minute, that's the bottom chart. If you look at the bottom chart, the 5-minute, that is over. We got a 1-minute and we got a 5-minute. 1 minute's up top, 5 minutes down at the bottom. So I think that play is over, but we have RCKT. It's just consolidating. It's not much there. There's not enough volume, to be quite honest, but SI does have volume. That broke, which is pretty nice. SI has pretty good volume on a 5 minutes. It's already putting in 150K. 1 minute, it's already putting in 157, 680K. That's pretty nice. Getting a little pullback on SI. Little pullback with volume on the 1 minute. Probably got support at 7.5. So far going into so far going into the open, it looks like SI and AUUD might be in play once the market opens. Yeah, SI, and AUD could be in play when the market opens. Maybe for like a dip and rip or something, because normally on pre-market, when these things run up, most of the time they'll sell off a little bit before, most of the time they'll sell off before the market opens, because people know, traders know it goes crazy. The market opens, and they usually, if it's up, they'll usually take profits, things like that. You got shorts that know that things go crazy, and then they'll try to short it. Uh, you might be able to get a dip, then they'll move back up. AUUD is trying to get a pop, but that has already been played quite a bit. That has already been played. AUD has already been played. That does it. AUUDs are been SISI had a pop and it's pulling back. We have a rocket RCKT that's not doing much. Don't really like that, even though it has news. But we got SISI that kind of pulled back. If you look at the 5-minute EMA, it's just riding it. I mean, the 1 minute, we had a big pop. But the play for that was right down in here at 7 o'clock. Had a break of these, break of this right here at 6:46. Target was at 7, right up here. Taking a little bit of off at 7. Gotten up here, put in a doji. Once you kind of broke that doji right there at 6:24, you could have been like, okay, maybe I want to take a little bit more off and then hold a little bit and see if it rides. Didn't come back to your entry. Ran up pretty nicely. Ran up by $1.50, I think. Yeah, ran up by $1.50. So that would have been a good play. That would have been a good play. That was SISI. And what you're looking for is you're looking for these pullbacks. That's what you're looking for. Not looking to buy the tops. You're looking for the pullbacks and seeing if there's any significant pullbacks. These this pullback right here wasn't all that. The volume wasn't as high as these, which is pretty nice. This pullback here, that volume was all high. That volume kind of dried up, and get it on the pop at 619 and put your stop down at 687, 687. So that's about 33-cent stop. I mean, that's pretty decent. That was SISI. That is with news. Let me kind of put this out there. Do this. That was pretty decent. As you will notice, my trading strategy is very simple. I like to keep it simple. I like to keep things nice and simple. Simple is the key. Well, you got sort this by volume. Okay. Let's see what the blue chips are doing. See what the blue chippers are doing. This is AUUD's kind of going off right now. RCKT kind of took off a little bit. Got SI is just pulling back to 9 EMA. So I have to find out why. I really need to find out why that happened. Okay. I need to really find out why the news sometimes disappears right here. And I think it's just in the order that I'm scanning. I think that's it. I see the news came back up. Yeah. SSI is the biggest gainer as far as change. Then you got PPCB at 32. Got AUUD at 27. AUUD has the biggest volume so far. I mean, we got few that showed up, and we got nothing on the R-vol movers. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to check the server. Yeah, we know you're running. Let me check the server real quick. The TZ Momo scanner that you see, you're not going to get that quite yet because I'm still working on that. So I really need to check to make sure that I have the code correct. If I go to the bottom, go back up there, you look for that is Ticker's cache. So it's there. Regular market hours, pre-market hours. It could be the volume. Okay. At least it's there. ATAU. MTEX showed up, ERP, but there's no volume on those. No volume on those. Yeah. I don't want to restart it. I want to check the status. Oh, yeah, I gotta do. RCKT kind of went up and the volume. That's the thing about RCKT volume. AUUD should have kicked off. Much volume. That should kicked off. Off. So this new scanner I have for the momentum, Easy Momo, for the momentum, does not look like it's working in pre-market. I know it was working during market hours yesterday, late. At 8 o'clock is when the nut jobs start. So they're going a little nutty. SSI doesn't seem like it is. Uh, uh ISI seem it's going a little nutty. This is why I usually just kind of stay away from 8 o'clock trades. Now we can start looking at the press releases because right here, bottom right, you'll see press release. And you'll see a press release. If they're significant, they will show up because I'm scanning for certain keywords. Not all press releases are good. Just because the company has a press release doesn't mean it's going to move it. Actually, if this shows up, it's actually not going to move it as well. And that usually is what's happening as well with the RVOL movers at 8 o'clock, because there's a lot of these institutions come in and things and they kick off their algo trading. It's just my assumption of 8 o'clock that these institutions are coming in, switching on their algos, and these algos are going a little crazy and kind of push stuff around. Uh, but most of the time, from what I understand, most of these big institutions don't give a crap about low floaters. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know if they actually scan these low floaters and play with them. I know the big whales do. So, have here. That's There we go. We got SISI with news, RCKT. We got some pretty good NCT showed up. NCT has got some volume, but NCT doesn't have a catalyst. Got NCT. NCT showed up. That's really nothing there. We got SNGX that showed up again on the RVOL. That's kind of nothing there. FLNT. FLNT's got a little bit of volume that showed up. Kind of look at the change percentage. NCT has got a good change percent of 34%, but there's no catalyst there. That is the only problem. NCT has got no catalyst. SI is still, yeah, the whack job algos. BSLK showed up on the RVOL. I don't think there's anything there. I don't see any news. We got 8 o'clock. We got BB. We got BB. Got G. Got GTLL. I guess. SWAY. Got old Jazz. I mean, these are not. You got. Yeah, these are not. I mean, NCT is still in the RVOL. I mean, yeah. It popped volume significantly higher. We got BEEM that showed up on pre-market. That doesn't have a catalyst. So we have the ones with news is SSI, which I'm watching, AUUD, and RCKT. Those are the only ones with news. AUUD. That one's kind of selling off, quite honest. SI. We might have to reevaluate our market hour watchers. SSI and RCKT. RCKT is looking halfway decent. Write down in the comments if you want to be able to sort by news. Tickers that have news. Tickers that have news. Tickers that have news would probably be good to sort by. I don't know. I kind of like change percent and volume. Volume is key for me. I mean, you can have a stock that goes up 50% on very little volume, and there's no way you can trade that crap. So this RCKT, the previous, is making a higher high, higher low, the previous 1 minute with volume. So that's why this is kicking off. That's why this is kicking off. SI. That is really not doing very much. That's not a good one. AUUD. That's not good. SI. I mean, all these were good plays earlier. Those three with news, they were good plays earlier, like early morning. I mean, you would have to not rely on the stream, but you would have to rely on you downloading the scanner. It's free. You would have to rely on you downloading the scanner, doing this yourself, because there were some good plays. I mean, most of these press releases that come out like at 6:30. I mean, the companies, I wouldn't say the companies, no. Like RCKT came out with a press release 7 a.m., 7:09. That's good because people are coming to the desk. Like you got AUUD that had press release at 6 a.m. announces new business to business model with strategic shift to AI-driven music discovery. I mean, that got released at 6 a.m. But the problem, and I don't even know the float on that because it says 0. So we look at AUUD, I mean, the shares outstanding are 400,000. It could be extremely low floater. But the problem is that it came out at 6. So there were some people that looked at it, because if you look right here at 6, the news came out at 6. So it was right here. It popped up. That's good. And it pulled back and it popped above this. You put your stop down there at the low and you got yourself a low runner. And then you possibly sell half up here. And then as it pulled down, it didn't come back down to your stop at 253. And it had a pullback to 9 EMA. A 5-minute micro pullback, you can get in at 275. You can add to your position and get yourself another pop. So, but that was a 645. First one 625, then 645. You know, companies that release stuff at 6 o'clock in the morning, it's either they don't understand that traders are really not at their desk, probably drinking the night before because they got a red day or blew up their account. Who knows? But the real whales and big institutions, they start coming to their desk at 7 o'clock if they're trading pre-market, these low floaters. That's the thing. So these companies that release stuff like at between 7 and 8, between 7 and 9, companies that release stuff between 7 and 9, they kind of know what they're doing. SPAI kind of showed up with volume, with news. SPAI showed up with volume and news. SPAI. I don't know if we're going to get any footing. We got a 10 cent, 8 cent, 4 cent spread, 5 cent spread. You got to check these spreads. And if they're jumping around, you got to be careful. Now, with this, we might want to put in, that was 807 press release. State Pro Group announces $8 million private placements, including strategic investment from drone industry leaders. On those holdings and unusual machines accelerate artificial intelligence growth. So AUUD has news. Now, is it going to be a good one? We have no idea. We have no idea. Kind of retracing back a little too much. It would be nice if it kind of popped and ran on the 5-minute and put in like another green candle, 2 green candles, and a slight pullback would be really nice. We got some wicks on the previous 1 minute and the previous of that previous. I mean, we got some wicks on the 1 minute, which is a little concerning. Got some wicks on there. You can see here we got wicks. Got some wicks on there. That's a little concerning. But, yeah. PHAR with news. PHAR with news. Got THAR news. Unicron unveils world's first on-chain cell assist tokenization platform. Strategic acquisition expands global blockchain biotech network. That is a crypto news. Crypto news came out. That was 6:30, but for some reason it didn't show up because it wasn't running. It didn't. When did it start running? About 8 o'clock is when it started running. Kind of rolling over though. But if you look at the 5-minute, 5-minute could be forming pretty decently. The 5-minute could be forming pretty decently. If we kind of hold 161. If we hold 161, get another 5 minutes in about a few minutes, in about 3 minutes, we can, and if we break the 174, that will be good. So let's take a look at this. We have AUUD. I think that's been played already. We have PHAR. We're watching. We got COCH that came up with volume. COCH with volume. Got SPAI. So you've got THAR, you got COCH with the catalyst. Sit on your hands, don't chase it. Sit on your hands, don't chase it. THAR that kind of pulled back. SPAI that's not looking too good. COCH has moved 47%, which is pretty nice. Shares outstanding 21 million, so I'm assuming it's a low float. I don't have any float information. We got coach with significant volume on the previous, which we do know. We've got THAR. Got THAR. You got THAR that's kind of pop here. We can break that previous 5 minute. If you can break that 5 minute of 174, that might be pretty decent. Got coach that's kind of COCH that's kind of grinding down a little bit. Yeah, that's The volume on that 1 minute is not looking good for COCH. Got THAR. THAR, if it can break at 174, that will be good. 174 would be good. COCH is retracing pretty hard on a 5 minute. If you look at COCH, it's retracing pretty hard. Volume's kind of dwindling down a little bit on the 1 minute. We got pretty good volume on COCH. THAR is okay as well. I just don't like all that selling volume. That's why I'm not in COCH. Just don't like it. Now, THAR, if we can get above that previous candle right here, if we can break this right here, 174, I mean, actually, I'm thinking 176 to be quite honest. 174, 176, around that area. If we can break that, that will be good. Hopefully it just comes back and bounces off, and then maybe we can get in a play. But I usually like to play off the 5 minute for confirmation of what's going on. Right now it's COCH. If you look at that, COCH has got some volume. I just don't like all that selling in there. That pullback is not what we were looking for. THAR. THAR, looking halfway decent. THAR is looking decent. THAR. THAR, I've already got about 10 cents on THAR. Break that 173, that'll be good. 173, come on, man. Got the volume coming in. We got a break, yeah, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. We got 175, I saw 180. What? 177, 178. Come on, 180. 180. We got 180. Cost basis of 163. I think I might be selling a little bit half here. I'm not sure. But if you're in this, you don't want it to come back to a loser. Putting in a little topping tail there. So I'm just going to take a little bit off the table. Take a little bit off table. Take a little bit off table. Take a little. Pay yourself. What we in? We are in THAR. We are looking. We're kind of holding right here. I'm going to hold the rest of this. I'm going to see what we can get. I'm going to see what we can get there, ladies and gentlemen. We got THAR. We got COCH. It's kind of puking out on the 5-minute. We got AUUD. That's also, that is turning. We got AUUD turning. We got COCH just kind of pulling back on the 5-minute. We got THAR. Thor, I don't know. What do you want to call it? I have no idea. I'm calling it a daggone winner. That's what I'm calling it, a winner. Come on, Thor. Or Thar. You the new superpower? All right, stay focused, you little dummy. What's your cost basis? Cost basis of 163. We got to push this out. If we start flushing, if we get down to 169, we could get a bounce off of it and we could still keep riding it. So what I was looking for, let me get my little hotkey going a little. We'll just make sure. See, right now, if I knew if we broke the 160, I didn't know. I assumed. If we broke the 162, we could possibly get a run. Here, let me keep it focused on here. So, and then we broke the 174 because we have a run up here. THAR is a change percentage of 51%. THAR is a change of 51%. So that's good. And we have news. We had a catalyst on it. It kind of went off of the scanner. Don't know why. I got a little nutty code going on, a little nutty code. We're putting in some topping tails up here. We're EMA, non-EMA is at 170. My cost basis is 163. So I don't know. We doing it, but yeah, so now that we broke 174, that's the major play. That's what I like to see is the break of this because the shorts are like, okay, we might be in trouble. Now, if we can break up here at 182, if we can break 182, then we could get these shorts just a running for the door. Run them babies out the door. Come on, 182. 182. We got 180, 180. We got 182. We're going to push this bad mother lover. Come on. Come on. Come on, break it. Break it with volume, and then we can get these shorts just a screaming out the door. Oh, we got some topping tail. Oh, the shorts coming back. The shorts are coming back. We got 173. Oh, we bouncing off. I might have to flush this bad boy. Come on, 172. Are we going to get a bounce off of this, or do I have to get the heck out? Am I running out the door? We got a cost basis of 163. I've already taken some profits. I got a cost basis of 163. I've already taken some profits, and I am completely out. I am done with this stinking thing, making a little change. I thought we were going to get them shorts running for the door. Nope. I'm the one that got out the door. I'm the one that got out the door. Oh, well, who cares? Okay, so we had a nice little run. We made a little 10 cent. We made a little change. Now, let's go ahead and recap this bad boy. Let's go ahead and recap this. We had a run down right here. Oh, wait a minute. I'm on the wrong screen. We had a run down right here. Okay, we had a rundown. We had it showed up on the scanner. THAR showed up on the scanner, and it had some news. I think it was like crypto news, some crap like that. So we had a run up, really nice run up. I mean, we're running up 45% now, but it was around 40%. So we had a nice little run up. Okay, we had a nice little run up, and then we had a pullback. Now, we've seen this time and time again. We saw this with SISI. We saw this with AUUD. So, we had a little pullback, and look at the volume. The volume's drying up on the 5 minutes. So, once we broke this 162, I'm thinking we good to go. We could come up here to 174. I can get myself a little 10-cent move. So we come up here and we need to break 162. We broke 165 because I got to do this on this screen. So we needed to break 162. So we needed to break 162. But 163, I'm all in. So we got 165 on this candle. This candle closed. As you can see, the EMA was sloping downwards. This one closed. But what do I like to see? This right here is higher high, higher lows. With what? With volume. And if you look down at the 1 minute volume, that was pretty significant. That was more than all of this right here, this little consolidation. So we broke with volume. So I'm thinking, what was my entry? My entry is 163. Okay. So, boy, that was pretty solid. My entry was 163. Oh, crap. Thank you. Lightspeed. Ladies and gentlemen, Lightspeed is the go-to. Let's go ahead and recap this. I don't even know what the news was. Quite honest. Let me go ahead and capture this. Boom. Reports pharmaceutical similar results for TH as what? Against repository depression from fentanyl. Okay, so THAR. I think it was Coach was the crypto thing. I don't know. It had a catalyst. That's all I can give a crap about. When I see this right here, when I see news, I don't want that. Get out of there. When I see news, that's all I care about. Okay, so we broke this with volume. That's exactly what I like to see. So you get in here at 163. I think that's what my entry was, which is textbook, to be honest, with my plan, because I like to see a break of this. Okay, but then I look at the 1 minute. What are we doing? If we're running up on a 1 minute and we're making higher highs, higher lows on a 1 minute with volume, then I know the momentum is good. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking to get in and be green as soon as possible, because my motto is you either pop or I drop. You either pop or I'm dropping your booty. So you either pop or you get dropped. That's all there is to it. Pop or drop, baby. So we got in 163. It popped up to 172, 173. Guess what I did? Like I always say, sell into the pops. So I sold half right into that pop. Yeah. I'm looking at my orders. Yeah, so I sold into the pop. Took a little bit of profit. Then I was seeing if we could go in more, seeing if we could do a little bit more. I sold a little bit more at 823. Yeah, right here, 823. We kind of put in that little spending top. So I kind of sold half right there. Then I was holding more the other half. I was holding it. So I sold half. Then I sold half again because this little spending top, I didn't like it, a little indecision. But then I was holding some to see if we can get a runner. We can get a runner of a $1.82 if we could have popped that. $1.82, we didn't pop it. And then look at the volume that came in. Boom. But look at this. Look at a volume right there on that red candle right there. That volume right there is a telling tale. This right here, this green candle, that had a topping tail. Good volume, positive, but it had a topping tail. I bet you if I looked at the delta, it would be more sellers than buyers. I need to write a program for that, because Lightspeed doesn't have Delta stuff. So I need to kind of write a program for that. Or just use a different platform. I don't know. But Lightspeed, I ain't moving off of Lightspeed. I'm staying with them. Their executions are phenomenal. I mean, phenomenal. So we had a little break of that. So then once we kind of started selling off right here, I think where was my exit sold 169. Once I saw this 167, once I saw that 169 and we were breaking that, I'm like, okay, I'm done. What are we breaking? We're breaking with volume. So I just got out. I just got out. Maybe I should have sold my full right here, but I popped, sold half right there, and then sold the rest of the position right there. So I made a little money on the way up, made a little money on the way down. So that was the play. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are good for the day. It's 8:35, 8:34, 8:34 and 15 seconds. We are good for the day. Um, that was nice textbook play off the 5 minute textbook play off the 5 minute 1 minute. You can't get any more beautiful than that. That's just a nice little play. We had a nice little play. We got in at 163 and I got out at 175. Yeah. So we got about 12 cents on that. 12 cents on that. Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go to Twitter. Let me tweet that out. Where are you at, Twitter? Join me there, ladies and gentlemen. We got okay, 2025. We got 08. What's today's date? The 20th. Got Tar. Okay, old Tar. Old Tar. What's old Coach doing? Coach. It ain't the pocketbook Coach. Coach ain't doing nothing. Coach is turding. A little turd. You're a little turd. You're a little turding right now. Post that. Hey, good morning. It's a good morning. Good morning to the wife. Good morning to the markets. What happened to the market? It went up. Well, at least the stock that I was in did. I'm talking to the wife. Okay, what we got here? Okay, so oh, close you out. See, oh, a thought. I got a thought, all right. Uh, yeah, that'll be good. PIVC hit the news, 186,000 volume. PIVC hit the news with 186,000 volume on a 5 minute. We've got 482,000 volume. We got volume. We got a spike up, and we got a pull. We got a 5 minute pullback, so you know the gameplay. If it breaks the previous 5 minute, you need to jump over to the 1 minute and get your entry points. Tyvek receives 2 investigational new drug application for entolimod for the treatment of acute radiation syndrome and advanced cancers. Whoa, okay, TIVC. When did that hit? That hit at TIVC. That hit at 8:30. We got 8:30 press release. TIVC. We got 8:30 press release. We got a couple minutes for it to hit that. I'm not going to enter that. That's just because, well, for one, I'm focused on trying to get this Twitter thing out. But yeah, if we kind of look at this, let's look at this. Let's look at this. So we got a nice little pop. We got with volume. We got a topping tail 5 minute. That's a little concerning. We got it looks like we're trying to put in a hammer. We're extended off the non-EMA, but the volume on the 5 minute is coming in. I mean, that's fine. You got to wait. You got to sit on your hands. Don't sit there and play the 1 minute and try to get a scalp up to like 20 cents or whatever. I mean, that's fine. We got a nice little spread. Uh, we got volume with pop. It didn't make a higher low. Okay, so it popped. That's good. That's good. If you're playing that, that is good. I did not play it because I was waiting for the 1 minute, but hey, it did pop it, so that's good. At 385, we popped 385. Um, I'm not chasing, but what I am looking for is a pullback. So we got a break of 385, which is right up here. We got a break of 385, which is right here. Yeah, it's 8:45. I'm just going to sit on my hands. It's 8:45. I'm just going to sit on my hands. Sit on your hands. Okay. I mean, if you got that break of that, which was pretty nice, I mean, it kind of engulfed that candle with volume, but the selling on this, I just did not quite like. I don't. This to me is not a micro pullback. That to me is not a micro pullback. This is, that's a micro pullback, but this is not a micro pullback. And also uh, the EMA is sloping downwards, and we got this little pop. We can easily get a pop in and sell right back off. That's why I just didn't do this. And that's fine. You're not going to get them all. That's totally fine. But this is not a micro pullback. Now you can play the 5 minute break if you want to break the 385, the sell of that. You can break the 385. You easily got yourself 10 cents on that deal. I mean, if you get a break of this 385 and you got up to 397, you easily got yourself a 10-cent deal off of that, and try to break the 407. I mean, you're looking at 385. You're looking for $4 whole dollar, $4 for a break of that, and you got that. So if you got that, you need to pay yourself a little bit, and then you need to rethink your situation right now, and you don't want a winner turn into a loser. So if you got in at that 385 and you paid yourself at the $4 mark, let's say you sold half and you paid yourself, that's fine. Now you don't want the winner turning into a loser. Yeah, VC had news, but it's not really moving that much. They're holding that $4 mark, and if you look at this, I mean, if you got the 385 break and you got and you got the $4 mark right there, you seriously needed to pay yourself a little bit into that pop. I mean, you can always do what you want to do, and you can sell a quarter, sell a half. I mean, you can sell a quarter, pay yourself a little bit, but you gotta read the level 2, and you gotta read the level 2 and the tape. You know, possibly what I need to do. Let me take off this Momo thing because we got a VC, got VC. I want to try and get this. How does that look? It looks halfway decent. A little decent. Halfway decent right there. Okay. I just need to link this up. How can I link this up to... See, the problem with this, let's see. Hey! All right, I'm going to eat a little bit and try to figure this out on the platform. Gotta figure this out on the platform. Okay, so maybe I need to link this. Oh, I can't have two? Come on. Cut that out. Yeah. Here, let me... Okay, so for TIVC, this is a good pattern. I didn't trade this just because I'm kind of busy doing something else. This was not a micro pullback. This right here. Yes, you could have played that, but you wait and and then you get another pullback. This I would consider a micro pullback. It's 4 candles. It closed below the EMA, but we had a bullish engulfing, made a higher high, higher low with volume. As you can see, the volume bigger than those two, almost pretty on par with those. Once you get that and you get a break of that of $4, you can try to go for the $4 break and you got yourself 20 cents out of that. That's a pretty decent play. And if you're looking at the 5 minute, you're moving up on the 5 minute. Now you had a break of this 385 and you could have got yourself 10 cents out of that. Then you had the break of the 398 and you could have gotten yourself maybe 18 cents, 20 cents out of this, So yes, this is what you're looking for. On the 5 minute, I'm looking at the 5 minute to give me confirmation of where I'm at. Am I looking good? Okay, I am looking good. So now what I want to do is go to the 1 minute and do my executions off of the 1 minute and kind of look for this area right here, because what I'm looking for is that bullish engulfing candle was really nice. It made a higher high, higher low with volume. So now I know if I can get this break, the momentum's already up. We're making higher lows on the pullbacks here. So if I can get a break of that 399, that $4 mark, I'm looking for a nice pop. As soon as we get that pop, sell half into that resistance area up here, or a quarter, and then you get that 420, you can sell half or a quarter, and then you're holding some, because right here you're at 399, you got pullback, so just need to just manage your trade. It's really all you need to do, just manage your trade. So I got in here 163 on this right here. We popped up, and then I sold some at 173. So, and then I sold the rest full out when we kind of broke this, because I'm not going to let a winner turn into a loser. I was hoping we can make a run, but now look at THAR. It's just grinding down. This is why you guys sell into these pops with these low floats. These are not your blue chip companies you're going to invest in. These are just crap companies, quite honest. mean, not all of them are crap, but hey, I mean, you understand what I'm talking about. You don't want to be holding these. You want to play the press releases and play the momentum and ride the coattails of the big whales pushing it. That's all. Or you can follow the crowd and see what's going on. Follow the crowd. It runs up and then be like, okay, I'm done with the crowd. Nice hanging out with you guys. Later. That's all you gotta do. Oh, I'm gonna stop the car. There ain't no sunshine. There ain't no sunshine. It's raining. Daggone. THAR. You turn into a big old turd. But that's all right. I made my money. Goodbye. Thank you. 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 All right, let's THAR was good. THAR, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you for the payment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Now, what we got here? What do we have? Daggone. Okay. Change percentage. I like to look at the volume. TIVC has got the highest volume, then THAR, then MUAR. But there's no catalyst for MUAR. MUAR, there's no catalyst, so there's no reason for it to be doing anything. RCKT, 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 not doing anything. RCKT, RCKT made a little money in the beginning. Let's take a look. Let's see. Star was pretty decent. Yeah, okay. So that was up. That was good. That was a textbook. Star was textbook. Okay, let's look. We got Star. We got, man, Star is done for. Yeah, VC. That's a little bit in play. We got COCH. That's a little done for, to be quite honest. I thought that would pan out, but I guess not. Star TIVC. Wonder what old SISI is doing. SISI's kind of consolidating. TRIB, TRIB. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got TRIB. TRIB. TRB is a running. TRIB. TRIB is a running. And whoop. Regulatory approval granted for commencement of Trinity Biotech's offshore and outsourced manufacturing of its flagship rapid HIV test facility and strategic and financial performance transformation. Okay. Okay. TRIB. TRIB. We got TRIB. TRIB. We got old TRIB hitting. Got old TRIB hitting. Got old TRIB hitting. Got old TRIB hitting. TRIB is a hitting. TRIB, we got news that hit at 9 a.m. We got TRIB that is a moving. I'm done tweeting. There's just too much. Got 2025-08-20-TRIB. We got old TRIB. Old TRIB. And now, how you want to play TRIB is you definitely don't want to be chasing that boy. You don't want to be chasing. No chasing people. No chasing. Not chase. Let people take some profits. Remember, you are not a whale. want to ride the coattails of the whale and pick up the crumbs. If you're looking to buy a Lamborghini, you need to go to a different channel. We're not about that. We're not about the Lamborghinis. So in a 5-minute, on a 5-minute, what you're really looking for, you're really looking for a 5-minute. You know, I need to change the R-vol movers. I need to change that. I need to change the logic on. I think I'm going too short. Too short of a time frame, to be quite honest. What you're looking for is you're looking for a pullback on the 5-minute. Then you're looking for a break of that pullback on the 5-minute, and then you want to get in, use your entries on a 1-minute. I mean, you there is a quick trading plan that I am putting together. I need to test. Actually, I really don't need to test because I've been doing it a little bit. MURA had news, but it's no movement. What you kind of want to do, so we got some movement on this. 190. Needs to break that $2. Really needs to break the $2. There we go. It's going for it. I clean myself off. Come on, man. Break that $2. You going for it. You are going for it. You got the volume. You got the volume. You just need to break it. Got the volume. We got a micro pullback. We got a bullish engulfing right there. We've got higher highs, higher lows right there. We got the volume on this one right here. Boom. Kind of made a little lower low on that. 182 to 182. Yeah, so they're not even lower low, but we didn't make a higher high on that. But you could have gotten in on the break of this right here, 192, and got yourself a little sense. But it's not what we're looking for. For a big runner. See, the thing is, market's kind of cold. It's heating up. The market is heating up. It's August. It's a little slow. Yes, I'd be rethinking this. Yeah. It looks like it could be putting in a bigger bull flag right here. Bigger bull flagging, and if you get a break at $2, 199, you need to be looking at the tape to see if there's buy-in coming in. But right now, what you could be doing, we got a topping tail in the previous 5-minute, about half the candle. That's a little concerning, but we got volume in there pushing it up, which is good. We got a topping tail forming on the 5-minute. That's why I wouldn't be looking to get into this, just because if you look at that, that's a topping tail forming. That's like a shooting star that's forming right there. We got a pullback right here. Topping tail, about half the candle. We got another topping tail here, about a shooting star. Looks like it's forming. 5 minutes. So, you know, let them battle it out. You just stay out of it. That's what I'm telling myself. Stay out of it. need to go back to my channel and see, make sure the live stream is still going good. Yes, it says it's live. We got excellent connection. It says it's live. Okay. So yeah, this is TRIB. You have some topping tails. I'd stay out of the battle right now. If you were with me earlier, you would have played SISI, AUUD. And then the last one we just played was THAR. We got about 12 cents on THAR. Yeah, so it couldn't break the, if you look at the 5 minute, let's look at this. When you look at the 5 minute, right there, 199 couldn't break, 199 couldn't break, little topping tail in there on the 5 minute, little topping tail right there. So this is why you want to sit on your hands and wait. I mean, can you make money? Yes. But what I like to do is, now if you're going to play this and you're going to play a break of that 192 right there, and we can't break 199, you just need to protect the capital and get out. That's what I would have, if I would have played this, that's what I would have played. I would have got up here. Once we got up to 199, you got to read the tape. If it's weak, you got to sell a quarter, sell half. And since it's pre-market, move to a mental break even. And once it starts retracing back, you got to get out. I mean, we're going for a third time. Are we going for a third time to try and break this? I have no idea. All I'm looking at is a 5 minute, and we got a topping tail on the 5 minute previous. It looks like a shooting star on the 5 minute. You got to look at the volume on this. The volume on these two candles were somewhat equal. The volume on that was kind of low. Then the volume on this candle right here was really high. So that's a little concerning. And if you look at the volume, it's increasing, which that is what we want to see going into the $2 mark. So you have to read the tape, and if it breaks the $2, you can jump in. You can jump in if you want. I mean, I'm not a financial advisor. You do what the heck you want with your money. But all I'm saying is it's tried it twice. And normally how we like to play things around here, we like to play things on a 5 minute. Like SISI, that was a 5 minute. Here, let's take a quick look at this. I don't think this is going anywhere. I've got it on my other screen. SISI. This is what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for. We had a run up here. We had a pullback. Now, this was kind of hard to play the break of this. You have some tweezers right there, little bottom tweezers. Looks like little hammers forming. And a break of the 646 and try to get a run up to that. But what we're looking for is a break of this one right here, because all the people that are short trying to short this thing on a break of 693 and on a break of 716, we had a nice little run. Then we had a pullback. But AUUD, this one is textbook. This is textbook. AUUD, we're putting in a 5 minute doji on Trib. AUUD, we ran up. Textbook, we ran up, had a micro pullback on the 5 minute. I don't think it made a lower low. No, it didn't. Then we broke this 253. And what are you going to do? You're going to jump to the 1 minute, and you're going to ride that. And what do you do when you get these pops? When you get these pops, you sell them to the pops. My motto: it pops or I drop. It needs to pop or I'm dropping. That's just plain and simple. When was that? That was at 625. So that was this play right here around 625, I believe. Yeah, 625. We didn't have very much volume. Right here, we had, really can't see it. Is it probably this right? Yeah. We had a little bit of volume, but this one we had some pretty decent volume. Could have gotten in, get yourself a few cents right there, try to ride it. But this is what you're looking for. Now, Trib is just putting in a doji. You're looking for a pop and you're looking for a pullback. You can get in on the break of the 275. You can put your stop down at 266, 275, 265. I mean, that's a 10-cent stop right there. On the pullback here on the 5-minute, 275, and you want to get in at 645 on the 1 minute. So you kind of want to try to get your entries on the 1 minute and it ran up to the $3 mark. I'm trying to keep an eye on this Trib. That's how you play these. I'm looking at the 5-minute for confirmation, and my entries are on the 1 minute. That is how I like to play it. Let's go back to Trib. Trib is putting in a little consolidation area. This is why I didn't like this area. It kind of came up to a $2 mark like twice, cutting breaks. Now we're flatlining on the 9 EMA. There we go. We get a $2. You got, we can break that $2. We had some volume coming in. You got to look at the level 2. We got 194. We got like 12,000 on the ask. If we can break, we got 18,000, 2,000 on the ask. Now we're just eating through it. We got 2,200, 22,000 on there at 192. We got 24,000. We got, I'm looking at the level 2 and we're at 192 and they just keep refreshing it. So if we can eat through it, $2, we broke the $2. You want to see green on the tape. You want to see green on the tape. We're at 198. This is what I'm looking at. Well, I can't show you right now. I'm on a different screen. We got 202, 203. We got green on the tape. We need to hold the $2 mark. If we're going to play this, we need to hold the $2 mark. We had a break of that doji, which was good. That's not in my playbook to play that though. Yeah, if you look at the 1 minute, we got some selling volume coming in. So you need to rethink the situation. We got Trib, we got 215,000 volume. The volume is there. If I sort by the volume, you can go to change percent. I mean, Trib, you got news, you got a catalyst. Pretty decent. We got 1 million volume. I mean, the float's 10 million. How many shares have we traded? We've round tripped once. We got 11 million shares. We've round tripped once. See, we broke that doji, and that was a quick little trade, on a break of that doji. But the problem is, if you look at the 1 minute on these volumes, that's just not good. It's just not good. I just don't like that. Yeah, RCKT has got some pretty decent volume. We're looking at TRIB trying to break $2 and make a run. It's breaking again, 201, 203. We got green on the tape. We have some pretty large orders on the ask, so earlier we did. We're breaking it. It's 9:24. The market is going to open. I'm going to tell you something. Uh, Me, I ain't playing this too close to the open. No, sir. Market gets a little crazy on the open. Gets a little crazy on the open. Gets a little nutty on the open. Trib, I'm going to take this out. Trib, pre-market movers. Going to remove that. Their stream is still good. And it looks like the stream is still good. Yeah, we just break that $2. I mean, we're breaking the $2, but we're not moving. And I'm just wondering. I mean, it's 9:25. It's so close to the open. I mean, people are really just are not going to be trading too close. I mean, I'm not trading, so I'm assuming other people are not going to trade too close to the open. I mean, I see this time and time again. I'm hitting my desk at 6:30 in the morning, and I see time and time again these things run, and then close to the market open, they kind of sell off. I mean, look at, I mean, if we look at this, we traded SI earlier. We made money on that. Now look at it, just a flat line in AUUD. AUUD kind of went up. We made our money on AUUD, and it's flatlining. So, and then PHAR, we just made our money around 820 on that. 825, we made money on that, and look what it's doing. Well, PHAR is turning into a turd. That's what that's doing. I mean, we got TIVC. So it's just real close TIVC. No, not TIVC. We were looking at that. I don't have that on my notes. Oh, yeah, I didn't play that because that right there is not a micro pullback. We had a pop. We had a little pullback here. We had a little bullish engulfing with some volume. But yeah. Yeah, what I mean, you could have made money on that, but THAR, we are looking at Trib. I mean, it's just too close to the open. Just too close to the open. Just don't like that. Made money earlier and you don't want to give it back. Make your money, you don't want to give it back. Make your money, you don't want to give it back. do, do, do. Yeah, you made your money in the morning. You really don't want to give it back. Let's see what the old Trib. Let's see what triple Qs are doing. Ooh. Trying to make a comeback. Spy. Doing halfway decent. Let's get rid of these pre-market. Okay, so pre-market movers. We had PIVC. We had just way too much. Um, yeah, pre-market movers was pretty good. Do the RVOL up here. What am I? RVOL way. RVOL is going to kind of go away, and Got 929. Well, I'm gonna do top traded biggest gainers maybe. That'll update when the market opens in about 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the races. We are off to the races, ladies and gentlemen. And as you know, if you trade with me, I make most of my money in the pre-market. SISIAUUDTHAR. I mean, I made my money in the pre-market. I'm not giving it back. But I usually sit on my hands the first 5 minutes pretty easily. I do not give it back. So, yeah, SPY's just kind of tanking a little bit. SPY's kind of tanking a little bit. Biggest movers, we got the, let's bring up the Momo scanner. Let's see if this is going to be working. Let's get rid of the pre-market. Let's bring up the low floaters. Okay, we got ANTE. Let's do change percent. ATGL at 14%, ANTE 12%, EEG 10, SLNG. None of them have a catalyst. That's the problem. None of them have a catalyst. UPLD is on the biggest movers. UPLD. We got UPLD on the biggest movers. That's 20 million float though. 20 million floats. That's just, well, in my book, it's still considered low floater. You really don't have anything moving. You have ANTE. That's really not doing anything. TIVC is not doing anything. We got TRIB. TRIB we were looking at earlier, and as I said, you might be able to get a bounce on TRIB. You might be able to get a bounce on TRIB. Take a look at some of the other ones we traded earlier. Yeah, see, they just kind of sell off. AUUD. AUUD is kind of tanking. Got THAR. THAR is looking halfway decent, people. It's holding. THAR is holding. TGL. EBAI with news. 920. Serious with news. Got serious with. Come on. Got serious with news. ATGL. Yeah, wait until it kind of settles in. Really got to wait until it settles in. Oh, look at the SPY just. Look at the SPY just. Remember, people, remember. 2 o'clock, 1400 hours. 2 o'clock, we've got FOMC meeting minutes. FOMC meeting minutes. You want to sit on your hands. We got FOMC meeting minutes. We got FOMC meeting minutes. Oh, what a RCKT. Okay, so we got some movement on this. Got some movement. We got SISI, PHAR that kind of not doing very much. Nothing on the Momo scanner. We have RCKT, GES with news. Okay, stay away from that. GES is with news. That's stay away. I don't know what that is. Agrees to $1 billion. Take private deal. Yeah, you need to stay away from that. S. USG, we got AUUD with the catalyst. I only MURA. I only trade catalysts. TIVC, TIV, IVC. Kind of thinking. We got TRIB. Let's take a look at this. We got RCKT. RCKT is not looking too swift. You might be able to get a dip and rip on that. SISI, AUUD. AUUD is looking pretty decent. AUUD on the, gotta wait for the 5 minute to wait for the 5 minute. AUUD, we got Mura, AUUD, AUUD. I'd be looking for higher highs, higher lows. A 5 minute, going pretty good on the 5 minute. AUUD. I look at my chart. If we break 286, might be a pretty decent one. A break of 286. Break of 286 could be decent. Break of 286. Most scanners got nothing. There's, keep that Momo scanner over here. Oh my. That's why it didn't show up. That's why it's not showing up. That's why it didn't show up. Okay, let me see if I can't figure this out. All right, let me see. Let me see. Ready? Okay. Got that. I mean, AUUD is looking pretty decent, people. You might be able to get a continuation on that. You gotta wait for a pullback though. We're pretty extended off the 9 EMA. Pretty extended off the 9 EMA. What I need to do is I need to update. So I wonder. Okay. I knew I needed to do that this morning, but I totally forgot. All right, let's get rid of this. I'm in here. In order to get the Momo scanner, I'm going to cargo clean. I'm going to cargo build just to make sure it compiles safely. AUUD kissed the EMA, kind of bounced off of it. That was pretty decent. Kind of kissed off of it. A bit lighter volume, but okay. So it builds. I'm going to cargo clean this bad boy. Come over here, send it over to the server. We're going to we got a bounce off of AUD. We got a 285 bounce. If you got in at 285, we got a nice bounce on that bad boy. You can play the EMA bounces on low volume. You got to be real careful though. That stop would have been a 10-cent stop on that, but you're already there. We're running up to $3 mark. $3 mark. You got to look at the previous AUUD we played earlier. Let's see. If it breaks $3, I mean, we could have a nice little run. ES Futures is selling off. Okay, so we tarred that up. Now we got an SCP, this mother lover. Gotta send this over to the server. We got a break of the $3. I'm trying to stay focused on what I'm doing. I'm gonna have to rebuild the server right in the middle of everything. Yeah, that's what you do in beta. You don't do this crap in production, that's for sure. Get yourself in trouble. Being sent over to the server. It's being sent over to the server. It's on the server. Now. Okay. Let's hope we can get this done. Let's hope we can get this done, people. Yeah. RM, RF. So the cache should be fine. The cache should be fine. I got to rebuild this real quick. Cargo. Build, release. Dash, release. Cargo, dash, build, release. All right. If you see any interruptions in the scanner, that's because I'm compiling it right during market hours, which is not a good idea, people. But it is what it is. I want the Momo working so I can really test it. Momo is actually working. AUUD, Momo is working. BSLK, was this working all along? And I'm just rebuilding it for shits and giggles? That could be happening. I think I'm rebuilding this for shits and giggles. Yeah. Oh well. Shits and giggles. And so we have a Momo. BSLK, we got 1 million float on BSLK. That's making a higher high, higher low. If we look at BSLK, the 5 minute, we're making higher highs, higher lows on that. So if you can get in on that, good job, people. Good job. Good job. Good job. We got a little pullback on that. Got a little break. Got a break of 930. We got a ran up. You got about 30 cents. Good job, people. Good job. I'm right in the middle of rebuilding something. Come on. Okay, now we got to exit this. Whoops, no you don't. You got to go into static. Get a chmod. Ticker Zcan set up. Boom. Okay, we're going to exit this and we're going to status. We're going to restart. Restart. I'm going to H-top this. Make sure everything's running. Good job on BSLK, on the Momo. On the Momo. BSLK on the Momo. BSLK is Momoing, people. BSLK is a Momo when we have a higher high, higher low. We had a pullback right to, we kissed the 9 EMA. We had a pullback right there on the 9 EMA about 916. Ladies and gentlemen, that was about right here. That was right here on the kiss of the 9 EMA. Higher highs, higher lows. When, if you want to get a little confirmation right here, you could have gotten in on the break of the 930 mark. You're at 990, about 50 cent. 50 cent. You got 50 cents. The problem with BSLK is there is no catalyst that I can see. I don't see a catalyst. That is the problem. So you got to lock it in when you can. Lock it in when you can. Because I don't see no catalyst. Let me get another Momo and put it over on my screen. Let me get another Momo. Put it over on my screen. We got another Momoer over on my screen. We got BSLK Momoing. We got AUD. Did that AUD Momo yet? AUD is not, well, sort of Momoed. We got higher highs on there. We got it mode at 935, so at 940 would have got in like about right here. Is yeah. You had a little pullback right there at 285. You could have gotten about 15 cents on that. That's kind of little wiki though, little wiki right there. I'm not too sure about that, but the best one was BSLK. BSLK was the best one. BSLK was the best one. We got 1.4 million float on BSLK. AUUD dropped off of the Momoer for me. Dropped off the Momoer. I gotta make sure the server is running. BSLK is still on the Momoer. BSLK is still on the Momoer. Due to status. Status says it's active. It's running. I'm gonna be running H-top. We need to make sure Ticker Zcan is working. Okay, so BSLK showed up on the Momoer. That is actually really good. Testing out the Momo scanner. That is looking decent, people. That is looking decent, my peoples. Okay. BSLK on the Momo scanner. We got a new Momo. It's not released to the public. You have to come to the stream. Okay, let's come back here. Wow, ES Futures is tanking. It's puking out. It's a tanker. AIM 2025-08-20. We got BSLK. We got the Momo. BSLK is Momo. PLTZ is Momoing. PLTZ is Momoing. We got PLTZ Momoing. What's old PLTZ looking like? PLTZ is Momoing. Yep, that's on the Momoer. That's looking good. Let's go ahead and redo this. We'll move that to the trash. We'll just say rename 2025-08-20. And we'll just call this Momo Scan. Okay. Go ahead and come up here. Drop that in there. What I wanted. What I wanted. Yeah, the Momo scanner is just a banging, baby. That's a banger. Banger, 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 banger. Man, that's just a banger, guys. Just a banger. Ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the races with this Momower. Let me come back here. Yeah, so let me show you how we play these. Okay, the Momowers, I mean, we got PLTZ. PLTZ. We don't know what the float is. Shares outstanding 0. I don't know what the heck this is. But if you look at the daily, I know I don't have it on the screen, but if you look at the daily is definitely running up, but we are coming up against resistance. But if you look at this on PLTZ, let me come over here. On PLTZ, this is what the Momo scanner does. It checks, first thing it checks is, are we making higher highs, higher lows on a 5-minute? So this candle here made a higher low than this and made a higher high. Check. Are we moving up? Check. Is the volume greater? Check. So this is when it shows up on the Momo scanner. Okay, and also it has to be trading above the 9 EMA. So that's a check. So when you get a scanner of TZ Momo, when you get something on the Momo scanner, oh my word, the futures is just tanking. Dear Lord, I hope somebody ain't bought that. Okay. Man, I hope people, oh my God, there going to be some people jumping off the rooftops this morning. I mean, PLTZ, what you got to do, people, what you got to do is you got that, or break of 1067, break of 1067. A break of 1067 was right here. But what you can do, since it comes up on the scanner, is it comes up on the scanner. That was the break of that candle right there, 1067. So what you can do is once you get confirmation on the 5-minute, you can look at the 1 minute and trade off the 1 minute. So the 1 minute, what I look for is basically the same thing. Is I'm looking for a higher high, which is this. Check. I'm looking for volume. check down there, check. So what am I doing? You can buy on the open of the candle, or you can buy on the break of 1067, check. And then what you get a nice little run. That's what you get. That is the Momo. Now BSLK, let's take a look at BSLK. So BSLK, you had to, it's not running anymore, but BSLK was a check, okay? So right here we made, this candle here didn't make a higher high, higher low on that other 5-minute and pre-market, but this candle did. So what you want to do is on this candle at 940, you want to jump over to the 1 minute at 940. So 1 minute at 940, we're looking at this right here. So what do we get? We get a red candle, but it's an inside bar. I like that. That's an inside bar candle. Okay, I like that. It's got a little high volume. It's equal with this, but that's okay because we got momentum on the 5-minute. So the odds, and it's giving us an edge. With the Momo scanners, it just gives you an edge to get green pretty quickly if you play your 1 minute correctly. This is just giving you an edge. On the 5-minute Momo is just giving you an edge. And what you need to do is you can play this however you want to play it. You can play it on the break of this at 950 and try to get a $10 target, which we got 50 cents on that, which was up here, 950, which you can do since that's an end bar. That's an inside bar. So right here, had a low of 905, had a low of 905. You can get in, we had a micro pullback. The 90 MA is sloping upwards. You can go in at 930, and your stop is down here at 906. So you got a 25-cent stop, and then you get in at 930, take some profits right up here. Right up in here, once we get close to 10, you start selling half, move to a break even. Or once you get this pop up in here, right up in here, right here, once I got that pop, right here is where I would be selling half. Once we get that pop right here, I'd be moving to a break even, to be quite honest. Protect the capital, and then you just try to get that, and you can sell a quarter, sell half, and then you just kind of play it as you play it. And then right up in here, you probably would have bailed out the rest of it. That's how you play these. I mean, the Momo PLTZ is still going. PLTZ is still going. Yeah, so even though it's still on the Momo scanner, and the reason it's on there is because this candle here made a higher high, higher low. Okay. You don't just keep playing them. You want to play the first time it shows up. You really want to be in it and play it, and then you can try to get yourself a nice little runner. Okay. That's how you play that. Now, if this candle closes, if this candle does not make a higher high, it's going to be false. So it's going to drop off the Momo scanner. And also, it's going to drop off anyways because it broke the low of that previous candle. So it's not going to show up on a Momo scanner. Now, when this flips over to a 5-minute here in about 2 minutes, what's going to happen is it's still going to stay on the Momo scanner until the code on the server runs, and then it goes from there. I need to fix the change percentage of them. All right, so I need to fix that. Once we're going to flip over here in about a minute, people. That should be dropping off. Like PLTZ, like right now, this is on a Momo. It's not making higher highs, higher lows. So I personally, I just wouldn't play it. You want to play this right here. This is what you want to play. Is you want to be playing at 945 and above. So at 945, which was right here at 945, but we got a little doji candle. You can go in on the break right there of the break of this, and then got the overnight. The overnight was right here. We got a break of the overnight of 1080. I mean, running. So yeah. Okay, we got about 5 seconds and it'll be 10 o'clock. And then once this code runs, I think it runs every 30 seconds. Not too sure. I think it does. Yeah, it should. It should run. So after about 30 seconds, it should run and we should drop off. Let me look at the server and see when this picks up. Okay, it already dropped off. All right, that's good. All right, so I don't have to look at the server. Okay, so it already dropped off. That's how the Momo scanner is done. That's how it's done. NESR. So yeah, that 5 minute on the futures is really bad. Looking too swift. Wow, sold that. That's just not. Gonna have to wait for a. You're gonna have to wait for that. Have to. Ooh, I'm glad I sold that. Okay. I was just uh doing little futures. And if you look at the SPY, look at the SPY right here. SPY is not doing too hot. Okay, let's look at what we had on there. We had AUD, not too good. We got SISI, not too good. TRIB, not too good. So these are just kind of like, yeah, they're not too swift. We got the futures just booking out. Yeah, that's not too good. Okay, let's kind of run through this real quick. We got SISI that had news, but the problem is that's just tanking. That's just turning right into a big old turd. We got NCT. NCT's got volume. Here, let's sort this by volume. To be quite honest, let's sort this by volume, and also let me. Sorry about this. Momo up here because I need to be able to see it. Be able to see it. Be able to see it. Okay. We got biggest movers up here. Let's do this by change percent. Let's do that by change percent. Or no, let's do that by volume. So, because I really don't care about change percent that much, I care about volume. On the low flow gainers, I mean, you can sort it however you want, but I don't care if something's up 50%, but if it's got very light volume, how can you get in and out of it? You really can't. So NCT had volume, but that volume is not very good. It looks like it got halted. If you look right there, it got halted. Right up in there, it got halted. If you look at that, NCT got halted, but then we kind of banged right back up. We got AUUD, but that's just kind of turding right now. We got AUUD. I don't know why that didn't show up on the Momos. Probably because of the volume. Well, the volume is pretty decent, though. Yeah. I don't know. But it didn't show up for a reason. We got NEGG, but that has no catalyst. The problem with that, there's no catalyst. I mean, you can play it. I mean, look at the 5-minute. I mean, you can play that. You can do that. It just doesn't have a catalyst. And also, NEGG is $100 stock. Granted, the float's $19 million, but it's $100 stock. Oh, crazy. We got MURA. That's doing nothing. I don't. That's suspect to something. I'm not going to care about the news on that, to be quite honest. We've got SPAI that made higher highs, higher lows on the 5-minute. So that actually is looking pretty decent. SPAI. You could have played that one. SI, but there's, yeah. And then right down here, there's really nothing else. We got rave. What's old rave doing? Everybody likes going to a rave. You ain't raving. SPAI. Let's take a look at this. SPAI. So if we look at this, we made higher highs, higher lows with volume, which is nice with volume, but 8 o'clock SPAI set up. SPAI at 12%. So the play was at 940, but at 940 you were playing something else on the Momo scanner that was really good. So you really don't want 940. I just don't like this huge wick right there. That huge wick. Yeah, it's moving up. I mean, the only way that you could really play this is a break of 447, 444. Could have broke that high right there. You could have broke the high. If you like playing that, it's making higher highs, higher lows. With volume right here. So that was pretty decent. You had volume coming in. About 444, and you would have ran up here to 4. That may make about 10 cents, but I just don't think it's worth the risk, to be quite honest. Look at this, 444, and then you're looking at 428 for up. No, I don't think so. That's not good. Not good. We have to look at something else, people. We got to look at something else. There's something that I want to go over that I think people should really understand. If you, before you enter a trade, you need to know where your stop's at. So you should know how much money you're going to lose if you're wrong. But if you have a habit of trading your P&L, if you have a habit, and I had this, if you have a habit of trading your P&L and you're in a trade and you look down and you look at your P&L and you're like, oh, I got so much money. Boom, I want to take some of it. If you're trading your P&L and not the chart and not the setup, remove that column. Remove your P&L column. Only keep the realized P&L, because that's only going to show you after you close the trade is the realized P&L. Now, if you sell a quarter, sell half, it's going to show you there too. But who cares what your P&L is? If you're trading your P&L, stop it. Just take the column off. PLTZ showed up on the Momower. Yeah, so PLTZ showed up on the Momower, and when these things show up on the Momower, you got to keep them. You got to keep them PLTZ. You got to keep them up on BSLK. You got to keep them up on your side chart. You got to keep them up on your side chart. I mean, PLTZ was a nice little banger. That was a nice little banger. That was a nice run, people. PLTZ, that is a nice run. We don't, I don't know what the float is. I don't know what the shares outstanding is. It's $11 stock, so I have no idea. We couldn't get the information from the SEC because it's not showing up. But if we look at the 5 minute, the 5 minutes looking really, really good. If we look at this, we ran up. We had a little micro pullback right here. We broke that micro pullback at 11.13. Now we're at 11.35. So that is looking good. We broke the highs of that. Boom, boom, boom. If we look at that, look at that. Boom. That textbook, people, textbook. That's a textbook trade. That is a textbook trade. We have everything moving upwards. That is a textbook trade, people. You got BSLK that's not doing anything. You got Trib. I don't know why Trib's on there. Biggest mover is GES. Take a look at GES because that has a catalyst. No, stay away from that. Right, that's right. Stay. RCKT had a catalyst. Yeah, you want to stay away from that. That's below the 9 EMA. NESR. NESR, but the only problem with NESR is there's not enough volume. If we take a look at this, NESR, if you look down at the bottom there on the 5 minute chart, trading 18,000 volume now. So that's no. PLTZ has been the banger. That was the banger. BSLK showed up earlier on the Momo, which you should have made some money. Take a little bit off, and you losing on that. That's your own stinking problem, because you should have locked in some profits and then moved to a break even. If you're losing money on that, that's just, I hate to tell you, but you are an undisciplined trader, to be quite honest. Call me rude if you want. I do not care. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to help you trade. I mean, if you want to be friends, you can chit chat. But I'm not on social media. I mean, YouTube and Twitter, that's it. I believe in social media, to be quite honest. Downfall of society. If you're a true friend and but yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna be blunt. If you're losing money on BSLK, you're an undisciplined trader, and you need to control yourself. Do. BSLK, and this is how we like to play this. We like it when we have volume up in here. We have volume up in here. Boom. We have volume up here at 940, so you're playing it at 945. 945. See volume coming in. Yeah, PLTZ is still on the Momo scanner. It's going to be on there for a few minutes because a 5 minute right there made higher highs, higher lows. Above the 9 EMA. We are a little extended off the 9 EMA. We are a little extended. And the SR is nothing. BSLK is nothing. Got the thinking. Oh. Let me take a look at the SPY real quick. Look at that. We are just tanking, people. 2 o'clock. People are selling. They want to know what's going to happen with FOMC meeting minutes. It's not the rate decision, but it's just some information traders are going to use. Want to know what's going on with this little meeting that they always have. You got the Qs doing the same thing. Actually, oh wow, that's a triple Q. Intel was up yesterday. Yeah, you see how it spiked up yesterday? Yeah. There ain't no blue chippers spiking up now, I'm pretty sure. RRC, but you got no IBKR has news at 10 o'clock. IBKR, I'm no longer with you. I'm with Lightspeed because your SEC 144 rule that you nothing. Or it has news, but it's really not moving. Oop. PHAR was moving. Thinking it was else. Okay. PHAR. We did trade that earlier. Could have kept that on your list. Keep that on your list. Yeah, it was. We did take a look at this earlier, and it wasn't selling off. So if it's not selling off and you're not getting a dip and rip on that, then that's pretty decent, quite honest. I mean, it broke the high at 182. It broke the high up there. 192. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Had to run up flag right there, a little break of that flag, and you're MURA, but MURA is really not doing anything. What is the apology announces an agreement to be acquired? Oh, yeah, that's why they do. AUUD. AUUD, I would stay away from that turd. I mean, you could have played it maybe earlier, maybe. The SLK is 1.4 million float. That should have already been played. That should have already been played right here. When we were getting higher highs, higher lows right here, and it showed up on a Momo scanner, 40, it should have already been played. Like, a little pullback, it's hugging 90 MA, a little break of that, boom, sidebar, inside bar, break of that, and you're running. Add to the position as you're breaking the cost average will be down here. You're about 988. Cost average probably would have been let's say, been about a 40-cent move for you. That's the things you got to look for. You can't run yourself, as SPY is trying to bounce back. You can't run yourself ragged trying to trade every stinking thing there is. Really can't. You'll run yourself ragged, people. You'll run yourself ragged. You don't want to. I don't know if that's going to break or not. That volume. Don't want to get off of there. I don't know if we. I don't know if we put in the low on the ES or not. Got a hammer that formed on the previous 5. We're trading above that. LTZ is on the Momo scanner. Why is that on the? That's because it was right here, and yeah, it did. Right, but you know, you need to be playing that early on. These Momos are. It's going to show up on the Momo scanner, but you need to play it when it first shows up. You need to play it. Maybe when it second shows up, and the second time you could possibly play it, but you should already be in it. And you should have taken some profits on the first time it shows up on the Momo. If a setup shows up on the 1 minute and it's a likable trade for you, then you can play that. And you sell a little bit, pay yourself a little bit, move to a break even, try to get yourself a runner. Right now, I'm just trying to see what the futures is do. LTZ looks like it could be pulling back to the 9 EMA on the 5-minute. It looks like it could be pulling back on there. We got at 10:25. At 2 o'clock, we got the FOMC meeting minutes, something like that. We got something going on. Let me take a look at this. What we got here. I'll go to Financial Juice. Whoops. FinancialJuice.com. We got FOMC meeting minutes. That is correct. If you come over here, go to FinancialJuice.com. Go to FinancialJuice.com. You sign up for free. I don't use the paid version, but you sign up for free. You get yourself some information, what's going on, pre-market prep, the crude oil inventories at 10:30. That's in like 5 minutes. We got Fed's water speaks at 11. Then you got the FOMC meeting minutes at 14. So you just got to be careful, people. And then tomorrow, what do we have tomorrow? Jackson Hole. 8:30 initial jobless claims at 8:30 tomorrow. PMI flash at 9:45. Manufacturing PMI flash. So that just gives you a little bit of information. Gives you some information to work with. All that does. Gives you information to work with. Ain't doing much. Sitting there grinding. PLTZ was a good one, people. That was a good one for you. I could possibly put out an update tonight. People can have the Momo scanner. I mean, it's in beta, so I mean the whole scanner's in beta, so yeah. I'll go ahead and put up a I'll go ahead and do a build and then put it out there for people. Yeah, PLTZ is popping. Gonna break that consolidation we're doing. Who knows? See what happens. Got the futures selling off. Is it going to break the lows? We have no idea. Yes, futures 63.70, I think, is the low for today. Yeah, 63.70. Breaks 63.70. Yeah, it could flush a little bit more. I mean, a pullback is 5 minute on the ES is kind of weak with the volume. Got PLTZ trying to break. Yep, if it breaks one, there we go, people. There we go. Again, this is what you want to see right here. You want to see a close above the 9 EMA. We made a higher highs, higher lows on the 1 minute. Okay, on the 1 minute. And then we have this right here making a higher high, higher low. We got the volume increasing on that break. So we broke with volume Got about 10 cents right there. That was a nice little break. A little break, 10 cents. Fell half, moved to our break even. Yeah. Ooh, we got the ES just flushing. Yeah, the volume's kicking in now on that 5 minute. $63.70 flush. One. Got PLTZ is looking deep. PLTZ, first time that showed up, you should enter for that one, for that scanner. Played that correctly. What else showed up? PLTZ or something else that showed up. I forgot. BSLK. BSLK. What BSLK doing? Nothing. Yeah, I mean, you had a winner and then it turned into a doji on the 5 minute and then you just, yeah, so let's take a look at that. I mean, these were the two BSLK that were on. Had a nice Momo right here. Nice momentum right here on the 5 minute highs, higher low. At the 940, you had a pullback on the 940, so you got in here around 35. You added with a nine and a half. At 9.5, you could have added to it. Got up to $10. You pay yourself, and then started consolidating. Started coming back down here to rethink your situation. You got a big topping tail right there with volume. You got a big topping tail with volume right there. Ran up to 10.25 and big topping tail. Big volume, big candle there. Yeah, get out about right there. But you did make a nice move. I mean, it didn't keep running. It did not keep running, but you made money. You should have made money. I mean, if you let a winner, if you go way up here and you let a winner, let something 940 run all the way up here and get yourself 60 cents and you are sitting on a loser on that trade, that's, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Well, actually, I do. You're undisciplined. Some people try to shoot for the moon. And it's nice to get to the moon every now. Nice. but it's not gonna always happen. When it does, you enjoy the ride. But if you're shooting for the moon and you run out of gas, well, you gotta rethink the situation. So PLTZ was the other one that was looking good. PLTZ, that was the mower. That one was really good. I had to bounce up, kiss the 9 EMA, ran up, bounce off the 9 EMA. Little flag pattern right there. You get a break of that. Shouldn't be. Now you should hear. Um, Not for you. Kinda kind of bottoming formation on the 5 minute yes future. Volume's kind of drying up. People are waiting for 2 o'clock. What's going on? We got PLTZ that popped, broke the 161. Now we're trying to make more highs here. That was a fantastic banger. Full fan. Yeah, PLTZ is looking. DSLK just fizzled out. Got the SPY just trying to turn around. It needs to reclaim that EMA if it wants to move higher today. I've got to upload my trader view stuff. Ooh, that's kind of ugly. Look at that. Break the look. Where's people? People? Yeah, we gotta wait. So PLTZ, not much on the Momo. PLTZ was a banger, people. PSLK made a quick little profit, but PLTZ was a banger. Got in on that entry, you were just holding. Yeah, that was a nice one, people. Then we broke the ES, broke the lows. The volume on the 5 minutes kind of drying up. Because people were sick and tired of selling. Because people are tired of selling it. We got THAR. We got some good volume on THAR. What's the volume doing for that? THAR. THAR looking good, people. PLTZ showed up on the moment. PLTZ. Of course it did. Got THAR. THAR was looking good. I don't know why. THAR was pretty good. I mean, we traded that. We traded SISI. That didn't turn out too good after the market opened. Have AUUD. You could have gotten some trades, I guess. Maybe 10 cents. But THAR was pretty good. I just don't know why it didn't show up. I mean, it's millions of volume on a 5 minute. Oh, I gotta look at the code. That could be a reason why. There could be a reason why. And that is because could be a reason why, and reason why it did not the 9 EMA could be looking at. No. Oh, it doesn't. Didn't. I'll look at the code later for that. HAR was earlier. 55 was good. Earlier. 955 on the break of that higher low when we had a volume on that 955 1 minute candle. That volume should have told you to jump in 160 and a stop at 150, about a 10-cent stop, but that was a pretty decent trade. Now, if we look at the 5-minute here, we had a run up, we had a pullback. Now, you could get on break at a 190 up here, 20 cents. So this is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at. So we had a nice little run up. We had higher highs, higher lows. Had a little spinning top, and then we had this little back here. Now you can go to these pullbacks. Now, when you play these pullbacks, you have to look at the volume and make sure that that volume's not really high and it breaks through that. Now, if you play that, you can play that, and then put your low down here at the low right. Get in here and try to get a bounce and put your stop down here. And in case you get a little bit more quick past the non-EMA, then have a nice little run. I've been trying to figure out how I can play these non-EMA pullback. Because even right here, if you look at this one right here, this 5-minute non-EMA pullback, we had a deviation from non-EMA, and normally, and I think I'm correct, I said we deviated from the non-EMA quite a bit. We should get a pullback, and we did. We got a pullback. Put your stop. So we got a pullback here. So you can get in like at 192 and put your stop down at 182. 10-cent stop, and then you got yourself a nice little run up to 29. So yeah, I mean, I need to figure out, I just need to trade them. Yes. And if we look at the, which one was it? It was DSLK, I believe. See, this is the problem with that. Yeah, so we had a run up and ran down to the non-EMA, and we closed right here, but the volume wasn't much. Your stop could have been down here, so you would have gotten stopped out. 905, 907. Yeah, 907. That was 2 cents away from your stop. Yeah. Then we had a bounce right here. Had a bounce right up here at 955. So, yeah, probably would have broke even on that trade if not taking a small loss. But then if we look at PLT, then if we look at PLTZ, if we take a look at that, this right here, we had a pullback here to 87.62, about a 20-cent stop, and then we had yeah, you probably would have got a little bounce off the non-EMA, but the volume was kind of low, which is nice. We had another pullback here. I mean, you could probably just do starter positions here and then get your confirmations, get your breakouts, and go for it. I had a run up here, and then we had a pullback to the non-EMA right here. So you got in at 1133. I would not play them on just anything. I mean, you can play them on the Momo scanner. If they show up on a Momo scanner, possibly that's pretty good odds to be in your favor. You've got an edge in the market because your momentum is upward, your non-EMA is sloping, you're selling off, the volume is not too much, and then you could get in. I wouldn't go all full tilt on that thing though. But unless you got a tight stop, I mean, yeah. This is what I've been thinking was, the pullbacks to the non-EMAs. Let's say you get in here at like 1090 and then your stops down here at 1062, like a 25 quarter stop. So you just have to risk. If you only want to risk $25, you only go in 100 shares, and then you end up going up here to 75 cents. So, yeah, you got your 3 to 1. Um, I'm gonna have to play them more with the Momo scanner. I'm really gonna have to play them more on low shares just to see how they are. And the futures is just grinding sideways, to be honest, slowly grinding down. Got about another 10 minutes. I'm going to shut it down. Need to upload my stats to TraderView from Lightspeed from yesterday. Then today's going to be a good one too. I might have to do that later after it settles. Yep. That's going to be a tour. How did old Trib about? Trib do anything? Do very much. Grinding sideways. You know, if we kind of pretty sure the VWAP is right up in here. Get a break of that, probably 180, 180, right up in here, 181. If you get a break of that, you probably yourself about 20 cents up here. Stops down here, 50. Yeah, about 30-cent stop. Depends on how much you want to risk. Try to get a trade off of that. I just like playing momentum. I like to see a pop or a drop it. Pop or drop. That's the pop or drop trade. Trade the Momo scanner, and then you go to the 1 minute. It either pops or you drop it. Way it is. I think my winners I'm holding, and my losers I'm cutting less than a. My winners I'm holding over 3 minutes, so that's a good thing. I think my accuracy is 73%. Futures just grinding, grinding, grinding down. Not looking too good. PLTZ just kind of putting in those 5-minute dojis. PLTZ is putting in them 5-minute dojis. Look at those 5-minute dojis. They're just kind of Holding tight. Now, right there, I would not play EMA bounce just because we've already bounced off of it twice. Like I always say, you don't be double, tripping, dipping. EMA is at 11:58 on the 5 minute, 11:73 on the 1 minute. It's already breaking the 1 minute EMA. Got the SPY trying to make a comeback. Hate to tell you they're a SPY, but you're going to have to break your EMA really to take it serious. $11.58. We're coming down to $11.58 on the 5 minute on PLTZ. We do not know if this run is over yet. We are getting ready to make a decision here pretty soon. PLTZ is going to make a decision pretty soon. Let us know if the run is over. Could be a fake out too. Personally, I don't care. $58. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? You're 1165. LTZ. Let's look at the level 2. We're going through. Selling. But it's 10:58. I think we're pretty much done. Live stream. Yeah. Run could be over. The run could be over. I think I'm going to go ahead and cut the stream. AUUD showed up on the Momo. What you doing there, boy? AUUD. AUUD showed up on the Momo. Or you ain't doing much. Yeah, see, this made a higher high, higher low and stuff, and yeah. But it's not too good. It's not too good. I wouldn't even think about it, quite honest. Actually, because it's 11 o'clock. Don't be trading during lunch hour. Try to make your money in the morning. Try to make some money in the morning, get yourself a nice little buffer, and then trade the Momos. Market opens, and then you should be done. Enjoy the rest of the day. I will see you again at 7 a.m. It will be Thursday, 7 a.m. I will see you in the morning, and we will do this again. Later.